Yeah. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I know he didn't mean it, though. He just got the pointy little murder mittens. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Oh, Neko Hayo, everyone. How are you doing today? It's me. And I'm here to call you cute and stuff. And, yeah, so, I like your faces. And we're gonna play a video game. I can't imagine anyone at all, just having their mood absolutely torpedoed by their stream having internet issues. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I can't relate in the even slightest. Not at all. That is so foreign and alien to me. I can't understand why you feel that way. It makes no sense at all. On a related note, I'm a hypocrite and a liar. And a lawyer, yes. Yeah, when internet flumps happen to my stream, you just watch my mood just nosedive. Like, I'll be going from having a good, happy stream to, oh no, is something wrong with the stream? To, I am a worthless pile of demon goo, and I don't deserve to exist. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. By the way, that character arc takes like 5 minutes. Perfect. Let's go find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Right, we're about to bribe an inspector. Let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. It's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. I mean, by accepting the money, aren't you giving her your say-so? Hi. And Delta, I don't feel that way right now. I'm just saying the way that my, the emotional arc that I take whenever I have internet issues. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. Yep, it's the bricked-over one. The first floor of that house in the corner where the wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is indeed nearby. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. John Garadeb. Here's the problem. I'm not familiar with Sherlock Holmes characters. So I may sit here being like, what is the pun in John Garadeb? When it's just a character from the book. Garadeb, John 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 Gare. I got nothing. Right, well, if you see her again, you'll make sure to give her ladyship my regrets, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. And, I would, normally in, a puzzle crime game, I might be like, okay, I'll just check the wiki and look at this character. And then it'll be like, John Garadeb, responsible for the murder of Schmelvin Schmeevely. It's just like, thanks for spoiling that case. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Yes, a new location has been added. I'm aware. Wow, this is, I mean, the paintings are a wonk, but, I mean, who has a personal cannon? With a maid apron draped over it? May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Miss Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I'm more interested in the fact that anytime our client came up, she, had a shocked reaction. That would be some, potentially, a clue that she's, a bit aware of the situation. you know, like a shocked reaction would be the kind of thing, like, if you went somewhere and someone's lawyer and were like, hi, I'm here representing Schmelvin Schmeevely, and the person that you're talking to just suddenly goes, oh, fuck. You know, you might take that as a little bit of a, perhaps this person knows something. That was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? Only need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrett, will see you now. This way. Good day to you. I am John Garadeb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me for not getting up. I'm far too much looking like a crescent moon. Took an arrow to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here from the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. Medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let the good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman. Be careful. Oh, dear me, I beg your pardon, sir. Oh, no. What kind of tiny kitten is it? That sure is a cat doing things. Well, now Sill's got to post it to the Discord. Oh, dear me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. Unfortunate alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea. All that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the... the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Saseki-san's room. It's a belly nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all the fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Yes. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. Dash it all, Joan. Do be more careful. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. Okay, so it was like I basically said, that it's like I don't know Sherlock Holmes stories, so I might sit here for a while trying to figure out a pun only to find out that it's a Sherlock Holmes character. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. You'd be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Oh, yes. Indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. I mean, to be fair, her assessment of him is not wrong. He is certainly perpetually paranoid. Did you notice anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Or Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. Haven't seen a single visitor call. Just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too. Oh, I see. Okay, so I am charging this man with probably being an introvert with ADHD. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed. And, okay, yeah, yep, you've definitely done this. Yeah, okay, yeah. Incident took place around 5 in the evening. Do you happen to look out the window around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. Incidents took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that hour, and with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, yes. Is there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but at around that sort of time. Yes, couldn't we... If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Really, Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. And, okay, so, yeah, she's doing that on purpose, and etc. Can you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on, even though you already have? Yes, we can speak to Sholmes. Now let's see if this is the kind of group that lets us look around. What do you mean this isn't a thing? I don't know. I doubt I do. I would like to smack him upside the head, though, because he's kind of a dingus. That's a lot of broken stuff. Yes, perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Why the fuck would the cannon have been fired at it? We try to look behind it, and then we get yelled at by the maid. Called it! So, in other words, we're not going to find anything important here until they're not here for whatever reason. That wouldn't even be the silliest, Giddy! Yeah, we've already seen that it was bricked up. Hopefully. Hi, Rose. I see you've gone with a name change on the Twitch TV. Kitty. Hi, kitty. Receipt from a secondhand bookshop. Your books. Okay, so we're going to use that to prove where he was at a particular point in time. Wait, did I ever look at this? That doesn't really tell me anything. Bricked up window. That was okay. Examine the books. That's that. And there's Sholmes. Who wants to pretend to be surprised that Sholmes doesn't actually have a good memory? Got it backwards, dude. Though, to be fair, you probably did better than I would have. Wait, what? Hold on. I didn't it... Come on. There we go. Yeah, kinda, maybe. You need a giant wrench. It's the goggles that do it more than anything, though, I would say. Okay, yeah, yep. Definitely the belts. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. Yeah, you got that right. You are the opposite of artificial intelligence. You are a genuine idiot. No, we've never actually been looking into that. Some lady got stabbed on the street. She lived, but she's in a coma or something right now. And our guy was accused, even though he didn't see anyone around, but 2 people apparently saw him. It's just starting. Kinda. Remember, chat, you need to employ at least one maid to be middle class. Lamau. Yeah, why isn't there a window? That's a question. The fact that you keep bringing it up means it's probably important. Window tax? Boy, mate, you got a license for that window. Yeah, probably. Yes, I am. Yeah, this definitely isn't relevant. Surely the entire case isn't going to hinge around this fact. You've got one more thing. Yeah, no shit, he's hiding something. Oh, that thing just doesn't merit, why do you ever ask her for tea? Yeah, not yet, apparently. Hmm. I believe they're spent cannon shells. It's useful to have a cannon about the house. Hmm. I wonder where I'm supposed to gather information. Oh, that's like, I guess the candle on the ground is... Hi, Sholmes. What the fuck are you doing? Hopefully, but that won't be for a while, most likely. We're about to do the thing, aren't we? Well, at least we're going to be able to 3D view what's behind that curtain. Or not curtain, screen. A ferocious beast in your care. What? Hello, M. How are you today? You hacking cutie. How was Mintzraft? What's worse? But yes, that area is absolutely destroyed. Wow, yeah, yeah, you just fucking stared right at that, didn't you? A living, breathing lion. Yeah. A circus. Okay, now we go and correct Sholmes. I dearly regret that not as Asiatic. I thought the lion might have had autism. I'm gonna go with all the hot tea spilled on your lap. Yeah, it probably has absolutely nothing to do with the candle that's next to it. Okay, well that one's easily answered. To explain that, we only need to look at the candle holder. The lion attack. What the fuck? Okay, now let's go and actually make what you said be not stupid, please. I've unfortunately given up on reading all of these because it just drags so long. I like read during the cases, but during the investigation portions, it's just like, let's reiterate the same thing 15 times. He used the cannon to fend off his pet lot. Have good lurk. As soon as you arrive in Britain, you like tea, apparently. Okay, time to make his deductions not stupid. I swear if I get put back in handcuffs after this. I read it again. I read a rampaging autistic lion. I don't know. Now, you see, even there, the Asiatic is even definitely wrong. Okay, so, like, I'm going with the cat. My brain right now just says the cat we saw in that one room. I think that's the maid. We're probably going to need to because, also, I have one more bit of I have one more bit of reason to assume that it's the maid. This room is described as the Garadeb's room. I mean, the options are either the cannon or the maid. And I mean, they do let us.
Look at this photograph.
So I'm inclined to think it might be the photograph, but that doesn't make much sense.
Take that.
Nope, not the mortar shells. So only you are allowed to propose stupid things.
Take that.
True nature of the beast that had run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo, no other explanation could possibly fit. No, most women would not be honored to be described as a beast, no. I think, again, my problem is that I'm getting to the conclusion too fast.
Take that.
No, I'm... Okay, so, wait, stop. But she looks exactly... Oh, wait, hold on a second. I'm right, but I'm not right. Hold on. Let's just take a look at her hands and... I was right. Yes, I can't just make up a bullshit in this. You just proceed to the next section of the game, I believe. Yeah, this time you deserve that, my dude. So she's posing as a maid to make them look like a higher station. And also, I mean, let's face it, she definitely has some anger issues with how often she pours scalding tea on him. Look, as a guy, unless I'm like someone with arms the size of telephone poles, I'm going to be made uncomfortable being called a beast. Not just because I'm cute.
Take that!
Holy shit! Also, her middle fingers are really far apart. Like, that is really fucking far apart. So that's why you've been sitting here like a crescent moon the entire goddamn time. Yeah, I mean, yes, but at the same time, everyone in these games is quirky. I'm probably going to go with whatever this bookmark is. I'm going to guess the lipstick mark might have something to do with it. I would say that depending on its authenticity, could, and reason for existing and delusion or lack thereof on the part of the sender, could definitely justify a slap.
Take that!
Yes, extremely passionate. Oh, name. I love you. Love name. It's a Phoenix Wright game. Of course they are. It's either dumb or contrived or both. Yes, so she ate the carpet. It's a candelabra, candle holder, candle stick.
Take that!
Cool. Literally, what does this have to do with anything? I mean, I'm assuming that the woman who was stabbed was the one who actually wrote the note, and that James is the one who did the stabbing. But from our current perspective, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Love you lots too. But, okay, I've got this to say. I am not one to downplay emotional abuse as a form of abuse. But what I will say is that she has slapped him hard twice and poured tea, presumably very hot tea, on his lap, like 8 times now. And he said she's put on weight and called her a beast. Oh, the maid and the crescent moon are actually married. In like 1900s Britain? That would cause a scandal. Oh, she was also throwing things at you. Yeah. No, they turned out to be completely fucking stupid, and only the vague parts of them were right. He is doing nothing more than fucking telephone psychics. You have someone important in your life whose name begins with A, B, C. My Uncle Charles! How did he know I had an uncle named Charles? Wow, it happened at exactly the time she was stabbed. What a fucking twist. I mean, I would say both are actually very important for a detective. That didn't even add anything to my... From a perspective of... Am I seriously just not even going to get a piece of evidence out of this? Yes, I know, that's why I selected the prison. Okay, well, we found out who did it. Dude, you've got a chin the size of Jay Leno. Not Jay Leno's chin, the entire Jay Leno. Stop quoting Shakespeare. Your personality is that you quote Shakespeare, isn't it? Okay, so you're the other one. Wait. Did they have fucking Shakespearean who would win in a fight Batman or Superman arguments? Because that's what that just sounded like. Super Smash Shakespeare! Wait, since there is... Chat, I just need to posit something to you all. Every one of Shakespeare's works are public domain. So, Yeah, there's nothing stopping anyone from making that game. There is nothing that would stop anyone from making a Smash Bros. Clone that is full of Shakespeare characters. Romeo and Juliet are the fucking ice climbers. Your Honor, we would like you to find our client innocent and execute him anyways, please. Your Honor, we would like the detective to be found innocent and executed anyways. Hello, Skeleglitch. You will forgive me for not reading through the investigative phase. I find myself getting exhausted just going through it, let alone reading it. I like pat-pats. I'm being boxed. Ah, well that's... Oh, thank you for the follow, Skeleglitch. Welcome to the comfy box. Not this box. This is my box. But like a different box that contains all of us. Okay, so the men's lodgings are cursed. Okay, what do you mean that they're cursed? Yes, yes, you're paranoid. Yeah, he actually said the room was cursed. Okay. Yeah. Fine, I'll believe in you. Will do. The only things he believes in are the things he chooses to believe in. If he should like to believe in something, he does. That is actually true. Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. Broken clocks and all that. Really, really stupid broken clocks. Okay, and now to finish the dialogue boxes, because that's apparently a necessity now rather than picking what's important. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I miscounted. Yep, 16. Yes, that was 16 words exactly. Man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Trust me. That doesn't disqualify someone in this game. Those two are not mutually exclusive. Real truth about him, that he's a fucking vampire? Corrupt lawyers, what are those? Those aren't a thing that are right up there with politicians and journalists down in my hometown. Except Winston Payne. Really, it just sounds like he has people who assassinate. All this really indicates is that he either kills them himself in contrived ways when they get off or hires someone to do it. I mean, if it were saying that they eventually die, then, well, yeah, mortal, but, you know, like, within months? Trust your instincts. It's been a... I am really hoping something comes of the maid and the... Otherwise, that just feels like... Sholmes believes a lot of stupid things, though. Good. The investigation portions of the Phoenix Wright games, I don't know, they've always left me feeling... The trial portions I love, but the investigation portions just... Soul. Body. Two separate things, two separate places. I'm going to use the restroom. Okie dokie. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Me. We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, unless their last name is Faye, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. He couldn't sleep. Again, you're doing the cat thing because you're named after the one who wrote the cat book. You purchased as many different newspapers as you could this morning, really? Yes, he disappeared for a while, now he's back, and now he's taking cases he wouldn't otherwise have taken. And he dresses like literally Dracula. So soon. That means they expected him to be gone longer. That I'm friends with the Reaper. Yes, that is the only thing it could possibly mean. Truly a deduction worthy of Herlock Sholmes. Okay, let's get this trial started, please. I'm dissociating from reading his words in my head.
Small, Ringtail 99, my favorite investigation has to be the one where a banana went missing from the evidence locker in Ace Attorney. The culprit was revealed to be a mischievous bat.
That's not a... There is one where a baseball glove was mistaken to be a bunch of bananas. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Okay. A, fuck you. B, fuck you. C, racist. D, fuck you. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Yes, I bring, Susato, I bring up points A, B, and D. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. I find the dark trials to be the most fascinating. Because I prefer the dark. Because I am a vet. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Wait, is that the fucking maid? The maid wife, or is that a new different maid? Thank you, consuls. I see you. Both sides are in fine fettle. Possibly, yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Excuse me, Your Honor? I would like to call into question the impartiality of juror number 1. I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Also, the impartiality of juror number 4. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Okay, and for actually, like, just calling out his clear unimpartiality. The defense would like to point out that we may or may not have accused juror number 1 of murder at one point, so I don't think he likes us. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Also, juror number 4 works in the building the man lives in. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes. And juror number 5 just said that he's already sure that the defendant did it. So, you know. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Yeet! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime. I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Worst. Bloody oath they are. Yes, we know you're... Just look at the sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Fucking hell, England. Let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Okay, I don't even need to find the pun there. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. It shall merely be attempted murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Look at this map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing, as victim Miss Green was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay, 1 second. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. Olive Green, female, short build, early 20s. Pavement and Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Yeah, he's a beat cop. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. Assailant was seen running away, but a reporting officer was arrested the following day. Okay, so really nothing. Other than, single stab wound, no other wounds. Because that comes up a surprisingly large number of times. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Ryunosuke. It's London. You don't have to worry about violent knife crime in London. That would be ridiculous. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. What do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Okay. First off, why the tip is broken off? Thank you. I prefer my knives uncircumcised. I mean, it was said to be a pretty generic knife. A large but commonplace folding knife. So yes, it could very well be juror number 3's knife. But it could also be just he has a generic knife. Your Honor, we would like to attempt to compare the tip of this knife to any pieces of metal currently lodged in juror number 3. Don't worry, juror number 3, we're not actually accusing you. We're accusing a different juror number 3. Trust me on this. On juror number 3's desk. From what I can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Or are we looking at that? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection.
Yeet! Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Oh, are the two who accused him? Yeah, they've got to be. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. I invite the court to...
Look at this photograph.
Ah, yes, I can see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. They could entirely be the victim's books. Okay, so, well, we're not getting any information off of that. But one of the things I need to point out is, why is there no blood on the knife? You Nipponese are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Defeat? Brain, what the fuck? Make the Transylvanian man speak words. Admit defeat. Denying everything, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Oh, forgive me, Lord Van Zykes, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Yes, yes, he said he was there. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that is... I mean, running does make you look guilty. Yes, this is true. But you know what people tend to do when someone gets stabbed in front of them? Panic. It does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A fact. The accused concedes. It seems a cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Okay, hold on. Do I have... What do I have? I've got my armband, local map, book receipt, case file, knife. Okay. I mean, we were told before that the fog was pretty heavy, weren't we?
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London, you could say, could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes, not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that it gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. No, it's ugly as fuck. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. No, seriously, like, ask any British person what the weather here is like. Epic. What the hell is the weather in Britain like? Well, not just like literally, right? Like in general. A whole lot of nothing. Approximately what percentage of the year is the weather describable as something along the lines of mostly cloudy or raining or mostly cloudy and raining? This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriages they were pulling. It's a sad sign, and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Yes, if there was no one else present, how were there witnesses? This is not going to be the answer we need, because it's going to, but I mean, it's going to... It's going to be the way things advance, is we're going to need to say, if there were no witnesses, if there were witnesses, how come they were the only two there? Oh, right, one of them, they did get said one of them was a policeman. That's right, one of them is a policeman from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all the roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means you really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Whoops. From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print, yes, quite so, Inspector. The weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. As you say, this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at Bart's. Hopefully I was hopeful she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Turns out their treatment plan of making them eat their shorts doesn't really do much. Her first name is Olive. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the events. Almost like we should have, waited till this trial for a little bit longer than 3 fucking days. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Yes. No, that's olive oil. Fair. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Van Zykes, gotta give you credit. You have a point. Doesn't do for the defense to be panicking. Accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close one avenue escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. 1 book. 2 books. 3 books. You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
4,
Yeah,
5
so I understand.
books.
Shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. there's this new book by a Mr. Stoker that I hope he has read. Monk's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place. Here, Bourbon Books. Yo? You see it, chat? You see our first crack? Little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Where did that get said? I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. Most important point that the inspector just made being... Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Yes, the defense would like to...
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. Was it sunshine? You know I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident. The details the purchase of 3 secondhand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord? So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your bookshop is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. This receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Well, you see, well, kind of, I hate to say it, but the Your Books is kind of here, so he would have had no reason to go across the street.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he almost certainly would have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the... Yeah, that does not definitively disprove anything unless we find out that there was a sinkhole on Mearsham Street. It's just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street, going east. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now... Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. You, my learned Nipponese friend, are, however, not a clown. You are an entire circus. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. Accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. I mean, not necessarily. It's slightly longer, but not exactly, you know... Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me. I don't suggest you try. Well, I say, I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terrible, sir, Bob. Would you mind repeating that? Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? Prosecution's assertion is correct. Members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Oh, she's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim we must have, but... And no? Mr. Natsume, you could have. Yeah.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Oh, because he's only lived there for a week and may not know that that's the longer route? The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Well, if he wanders aimlessly, we now have, testimony that he wouldn't necessarily have taken the fastest route back home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend. I suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering endlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zykes, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
It would appear the jury's leading is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Yep, time to do the thing. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. So have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. To tip the balance of those scales the other way, you have to turn this around somehow. Those are the eyes of Quoy, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. The rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Rights that beat your ass the last case, Van Zykes. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. The fact that it got a not guilty verdict the last time, like the day before yesterday, in accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his Ankus refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. Man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. More books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? Huh? No, not worth a visit. The only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. I must say, we have ample grounds to convict the man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsumi's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? It's impossible. How can it possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. We want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. We have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. You have no choice but to forge forward. Of the floor, counsel, begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Apparently, yeah.
Hold it!
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the sight of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. It was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry. Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge and reason for you to be dismissed as a juror. There's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police have been badgering me nonstop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. All right, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history, which is reason why he shouldn't be allowed to be a juror in this trial.
Hold it!
Funny little Nipponese man wearing with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. And of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, life is over. He's obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly. Claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. If that's the lie you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Okay, fucking hell. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed the awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man, really. Couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her.
Hold it!
Yes, there are other routes he could have taken. Yeah, probably. Yeah, this guy does seem rather reasonable.
Hold it!
This is not going to help your case, dude. She has repeatedly said he's shifty as fuck. Yeah.
Hold it!
Oh, this could be important. Road could have been dug up. Oh, just around the corner from where it all happened. Did I not say something like there would have had to have been a sinkhole on Mearsham Street?
Objection!
Don't point, it wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Oh, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books, and on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. There were a gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following: the man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back home from the bookshop, but we see now he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. He's rash and hasty, but I don't think he's necessarily a bad guy. He cares about his own survival and that of his family. Hold on, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. So managed to change a couple of minds. Well, managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthened our position somewhat. Who the fuck knows? They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only. It pays a wage. Doesn't cover lost wages, but it pays some money, here at least. One more clear discrepancy that, yeah. Sorry. Hold it. You say fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the... Chad, I just realized something. Chat, are you noticing anything here? Anything at all similar? Yeah, they, except for the hair color from behind, you really wouldn't be able to tell the difference, is there? Just before 5 that he left. Dreadful time he had. When he slipped in the ice and donked his head. Legitimately, he saw you fall, and because you are both round and green. Oh my god, Nevi! Yeah, I would. We didn't need to do this. It just involved depressing the final juror, which brought us to this screen. It legitimately doesn't... Wait. Hold on, what? Oh, wait, no, never mind. Yeah, it doesn't let me pick her. That makes sense.
Objection.
The flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? Wait, hold on. Do I have to press her more? There's at least one fact which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt on the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. And says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, madam? Mike, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what just happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard-of-hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Oh, look at that! My goodness me! Huh? Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. You've already changed your vote, dude. Really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What'd you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Legitimately, we didn't do anything to change his mind. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we can no longer have a consensus among the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection.
Yeet or crunch? Crunch. It would seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. No, that's an Edgeworth line. Lord Van Zykes? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. I, juror number 1, who have already proven to be petty, would like to say fuck you, Van Zykes, innocent. And I, juror number 4, who have also proven to be very quick to judge people, would like to say fuck you, Van Zykes, and vote innocent. Hey, look, Judge, 6 innocents! Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your words? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jumps right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in single sentence. And old man. Cold man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order, order! Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of a jury is readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and I fear they have been reached, I fear. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Look, I know it would be kind of untoward to do, but like, I really would think that we would be able to present, you know, our client and say, no, he's not exactly out of shape, but like he's not terribly young per se, and he's kind of a dork. I don't really see him going for 2-meter jump. Not when it's been said to be icy around. So I remember one of them being Scotland Yard policeman, no less. Afraid that's likely to be prosecution's next witness. All right, no matter who Van Zykes brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. In fact, I would like to posit with juror number 4. You said to yourself he spends all of his day in his room and only leaves to go buy books and wander around aimlessly. That sound like someone who's got a healthy athletic life? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. But the defense would still just like to have jurors 1 and 4 thrown out for not being able to objectively try this case. Constable Rolly Beats, nothing to report on the streets, And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Well, it's being an honorable occupation. Patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that the meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Roy Beats, nothing to report on the streets, What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw in the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. See you then. Two silhouettes appeared on the street in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went to help at a nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Well, extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Okay, yeah, let's get to the part where she said they saw it clear as day.
Hold it!
Light of the gas street lamps through the fog. Hello, Kitty. It goes okay. How was Gloomhaven? Hooray! Press everything, I'm guessing. That's what I'm hearing. Yes, it should be so hard to point out that the man who is fucking asleep on the stand might not have the most credible memory.
Hold it!
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. And bloody nose. Wonderful. Love it. And now I see it! Do you see the net pun their names make? Patrol.
Hold it!
Okay, that's literally the opposite of what you're saying there. Wait, no, never mind. No, it's not. He was walking towards you, though. Why didn't he see you two? So, okay, so... Scattered something.
Hold it!
I think this might be the point we get. Okay, never mind. It was books. So that's accurate so far.
Hold it!
Okay, so it wasn't there.
Hold it!
What police box? I haven't seen a police box around there. Okay, come on. You keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you so. Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Isn't that right? Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. But no, it's not really like that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember, and I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, oh, I know, what about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of everything. Yes, please, tell us the name of every single one of them. Do it. Tell us the books. Tell us the books, lady. I don't even need you to actually do that. You only had 3 books.
Objection.
So you're saying there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. Picture of Monsieur somebody. What's it? Yerdings, a meal for someone, and the thingummy something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. There's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Well, why don't you?
Look at this photograph.
As you can clearly see from the evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied on. Also, blip, blip, blop. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, it could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no. No!
Objection.
It is plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh, you see, the matter is not up for debate, at the scene on Briar Road. A total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 30 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Yeet. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Oh, hey, that's the, book that, Crescent Moon. Garbadab. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victims also. No! No! Is it burned? And if it is, though, I mean... Harder! Harder! There, you see, look! Look at that, look! Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir, Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The pictures of Monsieur somebody or other. The pictures of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaboro, in fact. As the court has heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yeah, list the last one, please. Yes, sir. Flawless, Patricia's flawless. There's only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book. Oh yeah, it does kind of look burnt, which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Yeah, book recently damaged by a fire. Yes, you have heard of it. Can we not, like, look inside of it where we'll say property of Schmelvin Schmeevely? Oh, yeah. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? See, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat, marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. You know, if I fight back the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, what do you think you should do now? I'm gonna raise an objection.
Objection!
We have not examined all of this thoroughly. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? Just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So let's take this opportunity to Yes, we have already done that. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. We can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. I mean, I don't think I need to, but sure.
Take that!
The fuck is the book burned for? The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing that matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist you elaborate, counsel. Will you identify this clue at once? Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Gerardo. Yes, the burnt. The burnt? I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say. And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Why don't you tell us, juror number 4? I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owned the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadab, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty is in this courtroom today. Is none other than Mrs. Garadab herself. Oh, goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadab's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. All right, then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadab's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir. This is outlandish behavior. The woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know. On the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadab's house. Good Lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title, that's the subject of this debate. Oh, dear me. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreadable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Just snap my neck with my scarf, sir. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There was no report that Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable the window was open at the time, and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does events postulate this scenario? In all seriousness, counsel, do you earnestly claim the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. It's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Who right? Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true? Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. No, it doesn't. It sounds like 5 of them are in agreement and one of them is deaf. What is your position, Lord Van Zykes? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings, but then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the 4th book still hasn't been... If the books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? Nope, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now. It's over. So we get to do it again. I would like to convince the jury to throw out jurors 1 and 4. Or the court to throw them out. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. Don't intend to trick anybody. Intend to uncover the truth. As long as there's a chance, I have to say strong and determined. I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom again. I'm sorry. As many as it takes. Okay, I'm back. And precisely. See, Delta, I'm not the only one who wibbles.
Small, if I were a chat lawyer, I'd defend each viewer's right to a never-ending supply of bananas and mischief. We'd have a fruity and fun court session.
Does that surprise anyone? Does that surprise literally anyone? I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further submission examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you'll now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds which you find the defendant guilty. No, it is not considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. Juror number 6 is still being juror number 6. Yes! My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, No one else was at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is set in stone. Fail to see how it can be argued any other way. And so I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. How would it even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And here I was thinking this might be hard. Shinaruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. Must be a way to link the two. So that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to things other people say. Okay, so we can do the... When we press people, we can...
Hold it!
No, this is scripted. Yes. Yes, the modern and metropolitan young lady. Good, you did omit rational there.
Hold it!
Like, but yeah, wouldn't they want to vent the smoke?
Hold it!
A jovial little incendiary bomb.
Hold it!
I take it your wife is abusive too. So this is probably where we're going to window open. And you had to crack open the window to get it out, right? Yep. It's not devil worship, but yes, we need to say about him opening the window.
Hold it!
Okay, well, what I've got so far is that you two have,
Objection!
cracked open the window because fire. Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? Seems despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my!
Oh, my hat!
Excuse me!
Mrs. Garadeb, what do you have to say about that? How dare me! What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court, so please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right, then yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering, even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
Hold it!
I mean, I guess I'll press this again. Pick up and throw whatever you can get your hands on, like a random-ass knife, maybe?
Oh boy.
Excuse me.
What's up, dude? Was it juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. Let's listen to what this granny was saying. Brought her all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb. Or the maid, I'll have you know. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's because he's used to being hit all the time. It's about 2 weeks ago now. Just got back home after work, like, put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd earned that day and nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I know, the blade was whistling past my ear. Sunk into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. Smelled then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, what I'm trying to make is this. Women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pit that with wait, do I want to pit that yet? I'll press him first. That is not a healthy relationship. Okay, let's pit you against you because working on the game's logic, not necessarily mine. Pissed off wives throw knives.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2. You think perhaps this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? They've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garadev's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Garadev household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadev could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us a yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm only taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadev household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadev. What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked and Mr. and Mrs. Garadev were in the throes of an argument, Mrs. Garadev was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Thud. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. The defense would like to invite Dracula to get fucked. Now then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Hold on a second, I need to check something. Anything? Well, the defense would like to state that the prosecution can no longer submit any evidence because he rested his case. But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. Do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, 15 yards. That's 14 meters? And yes, they are on the upper floor. And I'd say if I was in an adrenaline-rushed panic. Yeah, in an adrenaline-rushed fit of rage panic. Yeah, no, throwing a knife that distance is entirely reasonable. Like, I'm not wrong, am I? And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having potential significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Yeah, no, I could fucking do that, especially if I had a height advantage. In other words, the smoldering book, wantedly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards. to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. No, the book came out. Victim was like, what the fuck is that? Bends down to pick up the smoldering book, and then thwack. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Susato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here? My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. Prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leading. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. And the prosecution has the duty of proving us wrong. But oh wait, they can't present any more evidence because they rested their case. Get fucked. When the by the way, just so we're clear, I'm working on the definition that when the prosecution has called all the witnesses for its side of the case and presented all of its evidence, it rests its case. So they have presented all of their witnesses and all of their evidence. Oh, the suck eggs part. Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Super, not simple. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for the member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection.
Yeet. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zykes? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Technically, within what I said, this would still be acceptable. He is not calling any new witnesses to the stand. Yes, sir. Constable Royally Beat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. They're so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of Garrett House are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Why, Starling, top-hinge casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yeah, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. I'm sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Bitch, I arrived in your country 3 days ago. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows, Mr. and Mrs. Garretev's room. All right, I'll try. Was open to allow air to circulate inside the house. There's a top-hinge casement window. It swings open along the upper edge, you see. So, okay, now I see. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen down to the pavement, straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something which we've discounted already. I can't. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. You're fucking... What? How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good, another desperate situation.
Hold it!
Now, don't get me wrong, I crave love and affection, but this is sickening. Okay, excellent. Yes, let's get something added to the court record. Excellent. Let's give this a look-see. Because I've yet to see something added to the court record that's not important. Other than, you know, my badge or armband. Okay, well, this isn't within his allotted beat. Policeman must preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, that's not helpful yet.
Hold it!
So I'm going to go ahead and posit a stupid Ace Attorney theory. And that is that the body was relocated. Which would have had to have been done by Rolly.
Excuse me.
You have anything to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. You really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh, yes, that's Street Briar Road. Okay, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. So if it did happen here, he would... Yeah, Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. That's the reason I was helping out interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. I really was cutting it close then. There's no way you would move the body just so. I mean, we have something resembling a motive at this point. Let's just go and repress this because, you know, we technically didn't get all of his testimony, probably. You helped in what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. That's right, so the sad truth is we're all overworked, so even though it wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. I see. Well, thank you. Okay, so we didn't get anything out by that, but it was still worth doing.
Hold it!
According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and was dark. Ollie and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking for a lucky star. Sorry? Star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. That Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that's correct, sir. It shows the night sky in London is starless, sir. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. Saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, these two are sickening. Oh, please. So I suppose it was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. Had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear the odds on us, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Sounds altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadev household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could be a different copy, sir. One that just happens to be burnt as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that bag was in the lady's... book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived on the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. I mean, what is she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. She's playing that card, huh? You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat, please. I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Your sense of direction is off sometimes, though. Nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, it's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? Yeah, no, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that same thing happened that evening. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? The night of the incident? You see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Yes, but that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Afraid I can't offer any useful insights, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Drop the bouquet ended up losing your way. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any lights, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Her husband, presumably. That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet for this time. I can't think how it got there, really. Yeah. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me with the change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. The bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with little bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zykes, where did you come by the flower? According to the report, the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the garage, and my theory is completely correct. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning where it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. But it's a symbol of our love. A symbol of how I'm going to crack this case wide open. And I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured, I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat. Ow.
Hold it!
Okay, so we have already read this. Okay, I need to figure out where to poke what. This is my prime target. I just don't know if this is where I... Going for it. Music didn't stop.
Objection!
Oh, right. Maybe. Let's just press through the whole thing. I do remember what day it is.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, so we've pressed everything again. Except for, I guess, going into the... Actually, it might be worth going into this one again.
Hold it!
Because it's going to be, you know, maybe like, you mean where the rose was found? So if the rose was found on the...
Excuse me!
Okay, so this doesn't seem to be any different either. So,
Objection!
not that one either.
Objection!
But that's not even the right item.
Objection! Objection!
There we go. It was the rose on that one. The absolute curse of Ace Attorney games. I know what I need to say, I just don't know how the game wants me to say it.
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garreteb's book. Mr. Garreteb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garreteb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garreteb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garreteb. But just deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Someone we're going to confirm next time on Taya Ball Z. Because I can't guarantee we'll get to the end of the case by when I have to be gone. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to. But I have something that I need to be doing in a few minutes. I don't mean to cliffhanger you. Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.